Lucas, can you please explain to me? Explain to me in the most easiest way to understand possible. Why do stupid things happen? Yes, good morning, darkness. Good morning, Zero. Now back to the question. Explain to me, why are people so stupid? Why are things so stupid? The moment I finish my last Wednesday stream already, things are starting to go downhill again. It's never ending. It's never ending. There is a part 2 to everything. And this one, I don't know. I don't even know if it's a part 2 anymore, or it's a part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6. Good morning, Maxi. I'm glad you managed to drop by for today's stream, or tonight's stream, wherever you are. Stupid and evil, probably. A bit of both. Very, very disappointing behavior as usual. I don't know why it always happens, but for some reason it always happens. So here's the deal. Only 17 of you lurkers are here. I'll wait till a few more funnel in. And when more people are here, I can properly start. I have seen some nonsense the past week. From the day I finished my Wednesday stream till now, I have seen so much nonsense. So much nonsense has happened. I was so tempted to spend a few minutes talking about it on Friday, the bonus stream. But since it's a collab with a few of my good friends, I think it is a bit disrespectful to be talking about it on that stream. World X, you are new here. I am very honored that more new people are coming. World X, thank you for dropping by for the first time and saying hello. I appreciate it. So I'm very grateful that you think that way, World X. Will B never get a W. He technically already has, in my opinion. He has all the attention he could ever want. His 15 minutes of fame was quite impressive. So I guess in a way he did win something. He won something for sure. But let's see how long he'll take until he talks about Kirsha again. We will see how long. Laika, it's good to see you. Hello. "31 lurkers. Let me just spend this time to just do a bit of chat. Do you have any questions? Any glowing questions about the internet that before I start the stream properly, I will maybe be able to answer? Anything? Oh yeah, I have a feeling. Zero, I have a feeling I know who you're referring to. He is interesting. This is more than just Kirsha, it's about free. And we will Wordex, you're mentioning free speech, and it kind of makes me remember something that I'm going to bring up later on, and it's going to be the first thing that ran through my head is the audacity of someone who is using it as a way to defend himself. We will talk about it soon. When has the West never caused problems for an entire fandom at this point? When has the West never caused problems for the rest of the fandom? The Hoyoverse fandom, before EN came over, it was fine. Everyone had their fun. At best, there were a bunch of mainland players causing a fuss, but otherwise it's fine. And now the Westerners come in. Oh my god, all the tourists, all the Westerners causing issues everywhere. Small and Strong, welcome to the stream. I know you probably are usually busy. I appreciate you dropping by the stream like every morning. Yeah, I appreciate you dropping by the stream every morning just to say hello. MiHoYo was very okay during the Honkai Impact days. Very, very okay. And for some reason, of course, the moment Genshin became a thing, the Westerners came in, and the Western tourists came in and ruined everything for everyone. And imagine this is considered dying down. Can you imagine the peak? The peak was back in 2021 to 23. It was horrifying. Aniki, hello and welcome to the stream. Bamin recommend me an anime. Tatami Galaxy. If you are a fan of Groundhog Days and Trippy, Tatami Galaxy is a very good suggestion. Maybe I'll show you all. Let me check. So for the lurker who wants anime recommendation, Tatami Galaxy is a good one. Don't watch High School Days. It's one of those you don't know any better, you watch it and you're cursed for life type of anime. Don't watch High School Days. No Genshin, I don't think so. I wouldn't want to care anyway. "45 lurkers, I think it's about time I get started, okay? Okay, I will get started. I need to make sure I am well hydrated for this because I don't know what I'm going to talk about. And I have no guarantees I have any time left over for playing games today, but we will see. We'll play by the ear, see what happens. The TCG community has a similar problem with scalpers. Thank you for the 2, Shiny. Is that so? I hate scalpers. I loved it when supply skyrockets and scalpers experience major losses. I feel so happy when that happens. So happy. And the scalpers will make it as if, oh, we are such big victims now. Now the PlayStations and the Xboxes we've bought and all the GPUs that we have bought are now worth so much less. We are selling at a loss. Good. Stupid scalpers. But anyway, I'm going to get started. I suppose most of you lurkers already know the story of Kershaw, right? At this point, we had about 2 weeks of non-stop drama where she's dragged into this. You all probably already know this, don't you? Well, let's just say so much has happened. Way too much has happened. And I'll just continue off from where I left off last week and week before. Back in, I cannot believe it, since April. It seems late April this has been a topic of conversation. Can you imagine that, lurkers? Can you imagine that? It has been since late April, 20-something April till now it is still happening. And yeah, she keeps growing. I remember seeing her from every single drama she grows. Every single drama. So there was one time we were both like 15,000 or 15k, 18k. Then suddenly she got involved in some drama. She just jumped off to like 30k to 40k. Then another drama happened. She went up to 50k, 60k. And then now another drama again. She's at 70k. There is so much happening. But I'd be lying if I say I envy Kershaw, because that type of popularity comes with a heavy price. Very heavy price. And I am not interested in that heavy price. And that heavy price is you get lied about repeatedly by the hundreds, by the thousands, lied about you. Every single thing is taken out of context just to target you specifically. You get uncalled for bans, you get threats, you get the worst possible DMs imaginable, to the extent that I probably would never want to read a DM ever again. So I'd be lying if I say I envy Kershaw. Once upon a time I might, but no. It's not worth it. And I do feel for Kershaw. Sometimes is this success with a fine print really worth it? Sometimes. All this so-called success with a fine print. And sometimes the fine print can be a lot of heartache, a lot of headache. But let's talk less about what I think about popularity. I know about Denoma. We're gonna talk about this specific envy tuber, the jealous tuber, in a short while. But for now, I want to take things chronologically from A to Z. And I think we have only just scratched the surface. I think we've only reached like about A to H for now. So let's go continue this story. I don't know how long until we reach the end, but let's just go step by step. Directly continuing off from my previous streams, so we talked about, the Vice articles from the Vice journalist who got rejected from V Allure. Let me give you a what's that word I want to call? What's the word? Recap. Yes, recap. Let me give you a recap. So this is the recap. A little big, but I hope you a little big wall of text, but I hope y'all can pick up some cliff notes. So long story short, the ultimate long story short is, if you are not interested in reading all this, a vice journalist got rejected from VLR. Vice journalist wrote a hit piece on VLR because spiteful over being rejected. Kershaw picked up on the hit piece, tore it to shreds, and found out some inconvenient information, public information about the vice journalist. Vice journalist wrote well, firstly, vice journalist probably friends with a few very infamous, notorious V-tweeters and NV-tubers, or jealous tubers. NV-tubers, remember? ENVY, NV-tubers. And they have decided to dogpile Kershaw. So, a V-tweeter started dogpiling Kershaw. Another of the notorious V-tweeter also dogpiled Kershaw. And eventually, this vice journalist thought he made the coup de grace and made a smear article of Kershaw. All because Kershaw made fun of the journalist's VLR article. And things just got getting dumber and dumber and dumber. Extremely dumb. Everything just went from dumb to dumber. So that's largely where we stopped. Okay? So what's the story now? What is the story right now? Well, the story right now is a direct continuation. This might be considered old news for some of you, but like I said, I am going chronologically. Kershaw released her own very official Google Doc, formally calling out firstly, the vice journalist, and secondly, the V-tweeters and the NV-tubers. That was basically what happened. And I have it right here. She posted it as a pinned tweet with links to a Google Doc, and I will open it right now. Maybe we can take a bit of time to just do a proper read through. I hope it's properly zoomed. I hope it's clear for everyone. Let me zoom in a little bit. Fushigi, welcome. Okay, more lurkers are still joining in. I'm glad. I've already started, and we are going to do it again chronologically. I'm sure some of you have already read through this Google Doc, but for some who haven't, we will go through it together. I will go to the end, then we'll talk about it. Let's say, okay. Why Vice's Waypoint pushing 2018 style? Cancel culture for VTubing. An open letter from Kershaw. Hey Vice. Straight to the point. I'm Kershaw. I'm a VTuber, which means I stream with a digital avatar that looks like this. Straight to the point, short and sweet. You can catch me on my stream on Twitch or YouTube. I play games, watch memes, share my thoughts and news. You know what streamers do? To the shock of this journalist, for some reason, I basically just tangent on whatever I find interesting, and my chatters affectionately call me Whiplash Gamer, Whiplash Streamer. Have over 9,000 browser tabs, 184,000 fans across YouTube, Twitch, and X. Also, I am not I am not a windmill gangster. They walk funny, did too much math, didn't like to laugh. Welcome, Mo-chan. Welcome. Okay, that was a good one. They walk funny, did too much math. And they probably would hate me and most of my friends. So how come you keep calling me one? Vice used to be known for honest, real stuff. Kinda like what Gawker aspired to be before it decided to step into the ring, brother. You did a whole issue dedicated to people who are mentally ill. You sent Dennis Rodman to North Korea. You even used to call mainstream media for not getting YouTube. Ah yeah, the early days of Vice. I remember 2012, 2013, the peak of Vice. Back then, Vice had a whole different reputation altogether. It reminds me of, Ian iDubbbz. It kind of reminds me of iDubbbz in so many different ways. Now that I think about it in hindsight. But Vice had their downfall far quicker than iDubbbz ever did. Which is saying quite a lot too. In any event, starting about a month ago, Waypoint, which is one of your verticals, quasi-independent VTubers, a failed gaming news site that you're trying to revive, something most people don't even know exists. Either way, it started publishing articles about me saying I'm a bigot, windmill sim, that I'm responsible for all sorts of online harassment. Is completely untrue, of course, but also why me and why now? I'm an anime foxwoman. What could a once respectable news organization want with me? Is it 2018 all over again? Is Vice the PC police for VTubers? Mo-chan, are you here? Or Lurker-chan, either of you, are you here? Read Kitsune's chat, please. That's okay. I just wanted you all to realize that Kitsune was behaving like Rina. That's fine. Oh my god. It was a joke. Okay, fine, it's a joke. That's fine, Kitsune, but that completely derailed my thoughts. But anyway, Kitsune, you don't need to say sorry. I'm just glad you dropped by. But holy crap. What you just said. Oh my god. Like, let me calm down a bit. I need to reset my brain. I cannot believe you lurkers. It's a joke and a serious thing, so which is it, Love Has? Is it a joke or is it serious? Or it's a serious joke or it's a joke or it's jokingly serious? I forgot Nerissa had that joke. Okay, I think I'm better. I feel better now. Let's get back. I know Kitsune is fine. It's a joke. I know, but it was it, it derailed me. It derailed my thoughts. I'm so sorry. And Kitsune, don't get it. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not actually mad. Okay, I'm not actually mad. But if you are here on my streams long enough, you know I am not mad at lurkers. Most of the time, I am mostly disappointed by them. Okay, let's go back. Anyway, Kitsune, thank you for joining the stream, and I hope you have a good time here. And hello. In the event starting a month ago, Waypoint, which one of your verticals? Oh, wait, we were. So again, Vice. What the fuck? Okay, let me break it down. I know I've covered this in my past couple of streams, but Vice isn't a subscriber yet. Maybe if I tangent about their Colombian donkey. Oh. Kershaw, you just had to bring them up. Kershaw, why did you bring that up? Kershaw, I cannot believe you bring that up. No. Oh no. Oh no. 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 I'm gonna continue reading this. A few more times they'll come around. Oh no. This without context. This completely without context, and I have a feeling even with context it's cursed. Here's the headline of the first article you published about me. Yes, the big one. Someone was particularly upset over Kershaw being called out. About Kershaw calling out this vice journalist behavior. It became a matter of spite. Not to brag, Kershaw is so funny. For someone as disrespectable as Vice, yeah, gloating about follower size is permissible, I guess. It's fine. Not to brag on anything, but I have over 184,000 fans. You're accusing me of bigotry because one of my fans is supposed windmill gangster. That's like saying McDonald's supports communism because Kim Jong-un likes Big Macs. Fair point. Very fair point. Very, very fair point. Remember I talked about that story? I talked about it in late April. Do you remember the case of Bernie Sanders? There was a very, very bad person who used his firearms to do some very, very terrible things to people that resulted in loss of life. And it turns out this person, this very, very terrible person, was a Bernie supporter. So by that logic, should we imprison Bernie Sanders because one of his supporters and fans just so happens to be one of the worst people imaginable? This advertiser-friendly speech pattern irks me. Doesn't it all? I wish we were back in 2015, but times have unfortunately changed. It sucks. So yeah, by this logic, should Bernie Sanders be held accountable for every single thing his supporters do? Some of his supporters do some very terrible crap. I mean, some of his supporters, let's be honest, some of his supporters on stream talk about, well, glaze, so-called freedom fighters, so-called, but actually they're more like terrorists than anything else. You know that one? The one who claims to be a socialist but living the lap of luxury, having a Porsche, owning stocks in his rather successful gym company, fitness company, has a mansion in LA. Yeah. And glazes carries whenever the chance he gets, playing Terry propaganda music to his friends on stream. Yeah. Should Bernie Sanders be held accountable for that? Because this specific big hero socialist is a mega fan of Bernie Sanders. Should Bernie be held accountable? You tell me. Tell me with a straight face. If you say yes, okay, fair game. Everyone can be guilty by association. Excellent. Every single one. If no, why is Kersha so special? Why is she so special that a single fan and she has to be guilty by association? What makes her so special? All right. You don't like her. That's what makes her special. Rather than back up this outrageous accusation, the article starts talking about my sponsor gamer subs. And we read this part. Basically, cancel culture. An attempt at perpetuating cancel culture. My first time hearing all this supposed controversy. Literally, I've been sponsored by gamer subs since 2023. And many VTuber fans, as far as I know, the many VTuber fans involve one NVTuber, one VTweeter, and one very, very spiteful Vice journalist who got rejected by VAlert. They were the first people to make this an issue. This is a tactic called manufacturing consensus, where activists claim everyone agrees with them to make their point seem legitimate. It's just like the word VTuber community, and that word really angers me every time I see it. VTuber community. VTuber community moment truly. Note that this paragraph doesn't cite a single source. This is a pattern. This is a very predictable pattern coming from Vice. They either have no source or they secular source each other. So I say, this journalist from Vice will say this, and that journalist from Vice say that, and it goes on and on and on, each chain linking back to another related party. That is not sourcing. Oh, hello Azihara. First time seeing you here. Welcome to the stream. And And this might all be this definitely old information for you, Azehara, but I'm just doing this from step by step with my lurkers. So my streams are like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and there's been a big gap, and obviously a lot of things has happened since the last time I streamed about this topic. So
you will have nothing and you will like it.
That guy with that one face, thank you for the 20. You didn't leave a comment, but I appreciate that super. So let's continue. Manufacturing consensus. Typical. This is why certain VTubers and VTweeters always bring up the VTuber community, even though it is less a community and more like a 7 nations. But also, it's true I've never hidden my political leanings. That is true. And yet never heard of any controversy until this. It is always like this, isn't it? Remember I told you all the story about the... I don't know how many of you were here during the April and the last April streams. I don't know how many of you were here. But I'd say, I like to think some of you were here, but still that doesn't matter. Rena says something, my god. Rena, what did you just... Anyway, I want to talk about the story. I'll talk about a story briefly. Do any of you remember the restaurant story that I talked about late last month? The different one. This is the chef story, not the other one. Do you remember that one? Mo-chan, do you remember that one? Do you get a chance to hear that story? Ayane, you forgot the story. Long story short is you always notice how you can judge the quality of allegations. Long story short, you can judge the quality of allegations by the timing by which they came out. So I talk about this story it's a true story that happens. You are a passionate, young, talented chef. You're very good at what you do. You cook delicious food. You cook unique food. You decided to gather your capital and open a restaurant. Your restaurant became a big hit and very popular amongst a lot of people. And at one point, you received an award for one of the best restaurants in the country, basically. After working for about a few years, maybe 5 years or so, you got this award, the best restaurant, one of the best restaurants in the country, and it just so happens, a few days after you got that award, suddenly, some journalists started writing articles about you, saying that, oh, there is this employee who wished to not be named, came out and say that you were a terrible boss, you harassed them, you bullied them, and you were being a racist. All the usual things. Just mere few days after you won that award. And lo and behold, to the absolute surprise of no one, your award was taken back. Merely a few days. You only had the award for a few days, and a few days later, after that very oddly timed article calling you out came out, your award got taken back. And apparently the person who made the accusation against you said that this happened during your second or your third year in the working as a restaurant. Remember, it was the 5th year already. At this point, it was the 5th year. So it kind of makes you want to question. If these staff members really had problem with you with bullying and racism and all that jazz, all that harassment, why is it then that it only became a problem after 2 years after it happened, 2-3 years after it happened? Why did they not report it the moment they left the job, or they report it while they are at the job? And why do they not report it to the police? And of all the places, why this very specific news outlet that has a reputation of smearing people? It's very odd. Extremely odd. Things only become a problem when you start getting success. Ever notice that? That is the same mindset as this. So yeah, Keisha, I do agree with you. Yet, we have never heard any controversy until this article started, pretending there was one. Very odd timing, isn't it, Kersha? And in this case, we already know what sparked it. And I'll show you the meme again later. I had a few weirdos on Twitter harassing me, but as an oppressed person of anime, I am used to that kind of thing. Yes, a person of anime, definitely. I'm gonna show you our meme. Remember all of you lurkers. Remember this. Always remember what I say. What a handful of us will say. Anime profile pics are the indigenous people of the internet. And the tourists, the Western tourists, will get upset and say it is not true. But deep down they know it's true. For as long as the internet allows you to upload pictures online, there has always been anime profile pics. But let's continue. This was what caught me. Anonymous post on Reddit. If you ever choose Reddit as a source for anything that for a source that makes anything remotely right of Stalin in a very bad light, and you use Reddit, that is probably the easiest. And her V-Alert article cited 4chan. Yes. The V-Alerts article also cited 4chan. So using Reddit as a source for anything that smears right of Stalin is basically akin to what is a good analogy? What is a very good analogy? Oh well, you'll get the point anyway. Even the people making a post, they claim they... Oh my goodness, yes. Firstly, it's anonymous post on Reddit. Secondly, the people who make those claims do not even watch Kersha. And thirdly, it's all hearsay. Oh, she said this. Oh, I heard someone who said he said this. Oh, I heard someone who said she said this. Oh, I heard someone who said she was doing something like this. This is why hearsay is never admissible evidence. It is weak, it is pathetic. My evidence is gossip. Basically, yes. Yes, that is true. Long story short, their evidence is in fact gossip. And it is funny. Where is all this journalistic integrity coming from, Vice? Where was all that journalistic integrity? Oh, Mr. Big Heroic Journalist with the ethical journalism. Oh, I can feel the ethics from here. And it's ironic. Gamergate 1 became a problem because journalists were upset at having their ethics being questioned. Here's the headline of the second article. Obviously, I think harassment is bad. I don't do it, and that's fine. Tell my friends not to do it, that's also double fine. This is why I say in every single stream I can get whenever I talk wrong one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about this later. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna talk about this later, by the way. It is yes, it was about that Dinoma thing. I was just watching the ref video. So I will go through with you all later. But I did say every time I make a post about that involves properly explaining the bad behavior of specific individuals. Whenever I talk about a topic that involves illustrating and explaining the bad behavior of particular individuals, I go out of my way every single time to say, I will only allow you all, the only actions I allow you all to do against that specific individual is to give them nothing. Give them apathy. Or, if you have proper receipts, properly criticize their behavior and nothing else. No harassments, no threats, no stupid insults, nothing. The internet should be a marketplace of ideas, and the ideas themselves should be the targets. No one, not anything else. But basically, yes. I have seen Kershaw streams before, and she makes it clear she criticizes the ideas and do not make things personal. The suggestion made repeatedly in this article is that I and my friends endorse harassment, and it's totally false. In fact, I'm glad Kershaw noticed it. I am so glad Kershaw noticed it. I am so glad Kershaw noticed it. Most of the article cites this notorious retweeter who passes off his opinions as fact. In fact, fully half of the tweets quoted in this article are from a person who goes by Bint, who has serially harassed me for months. Does the Vice journalist mention that in her article? No. Do I have proof of this harassment which I would have shared if Vice bothered to ask? Absolutely. Let us read. Oh my god. I remember those tweets, yeah. Oh boy. I don't indulge in this from a place of cruelty. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Bint. It's not the first time. Let's remember this. Let's remember this carefully now. This is not the first time you tried to torment a VTuber, okay, Bint? Let's be very, very fair here. This is not the first time. You tried to do so with Doki. You tried to do so with... I'll just say that name once. If you picked it up, it's fine. If you haven't picked it up, it's fine. But you have tried this once against a VTuber who is extremely large right now and whose name has been tarnished by her ex-colleagues. Until now, they are still trying to push that lie about her. She was treated like trash in her old workplace. She contemplated some very bad decisions twice because of the oppression of her old workplace. She came out of this. She came out of this hardened, but still, to an extent, happy. Now she's trying to make a positive change for herself, trying to let that past leave. And here you are, Bint, trying to say everything that happened to her, she deserved it. So no, Bint, I do not believe you personally that your actions towards Kershaw right now is not from a place of cruelty. You have demonstrated cruelty towards other VTubers whom we all know have had very horrifying experiences. So no, I do not believe you. You can pretend you have a moral high ground, but I have seen you long enough at this point in time to know you are full of nonsense. Okay? Can I add low-key set of a domino effect that led to a sketchy VTuber sponsor to lose thousands of dollars on my... I don't indulge... Okay. I don't indulge in this from a place of cruelty. Yeah. And now you gloat about it right now. I do not indulge in this from a place of cruelty. Gloats about cancelling someone. Classy. Very, very classy. Okay, let's go. Next. He literally thrives off cruelty. I am convinced at this point that he is. Frost, don't jinx it, please. Well, it is what it is, I guess. If he is... Okay, that's one of the things... If he does do that, remember this specific V-tweeter, notorious V-tweeter, here's how he operates. And this is not my opinion, this is from me observing his behavior, okay? It is purely for educational purposes, as always. Give him no clout. Do not respond to him. Do not talk to him. Do not interact with him. Let him have his echo chamber in his lonesome, okay? But with that out of the way, I want to say this. I know how this specific V Twitter behaves. Firstly, he finds someone with opinions he does not like. Secondly, he blocks the person with an opinion he does not like. It does not matter whether that person has ever interacted with him in any capacity, shape, or form. All they have to do is like a post made by someone he does not like, and you get the block. And then number 3, he looks at your follower count. If you have at the very least over 10,000 followers, he won't just leave you on block. That is when he actually starts to act. And act, what do you mean by that, Benmin? What do you mean by that? Oh, what I mean is that when he starts to act is, he will obsessively stalk your account despite him blocking you from the very start. He will go through your account, see any post that talks about him, or any post that he particularly dislikes, one or the other, but more likely than not, he reacts to posts that talks about him in any way. And what does he do? Well, first thing, if he is trying to be particularly subtle about it, he will screen cap your post and then make it as a post. He will screen cap your post, make it as a post, and then talk bad about you behind his back. That's the first part. If he's feeling particularly unsubtle about things, and I would say a little, let's say he wants your attention. He wants your attention quite badly, despite you blocking him reminder. He will quote your post. Now, I want you to think about this properly. He will quote your post. He blocked you, but he will still quote you. Reminder, you can say a lot about Elon's decision to block, how block is not really a block anymore, but one of the things about Elon's blocking method on X is that if you block someone, they will never appear on your feed ever again until you unblock them. And for some reason, Bin always seems to know any posts about him from the people he blocks, which means, like I said, he obsessively looks for every single post about him, even from the people he blocks. It's funny. I know that, Lurker-chan. I know that. But it always fascinates me. If I block someone, if I actually use my rare occasions to actually block someone, I write them out of my head and write them out of my life. If I block someone, I will never see them again. I never want to see them again. That is what a block is for. But for someone like Bint, it's a little different. It's a little different. He blocks you so that he can talk bad about you, and you have no ability to reply to him. So he preserves his echo chamber. Again, that is just my opinion. Why am I always winking? Why am I always winking? Why is my right eye always so? Why is my right eye always so odd? Oof. I hope you'll get the point. I hope you'll get the point. So he's a very interesting individual, this Binted is. Controller, don't curse. Don't curse this stream, please. Don't curse this stream, please. But anyway, it is well behavior for, I'm gonna continue. It's well behavior for me to see someone who could post you despite blocking you. But the article doesn't talk about this. Instead, the article again talks about my sponsors, Gamersoft, and tries to make it seem as if there's some sort of controversy brewing. Look, I love that Gamersub supports VTubers from every side of the spectrum. That's one of the things that make them such an amazing partner. That and their awesome supplements. Yeah, it is. Typical Kershaw. It's typical Kershaw. That is funny. And deserved. She has all the right to do so. I hope I continue to work with Gamersubs, but if this effort to cancel me is successful, I wonder who is next. Yes, no one is safe. What happens? Kershaw is the litmus test for Gamersubs. Truly. Kershaw is the litmus test for Gamersubs. If she gets cancelled by Gamersubs because of this, it just means more people are just going to get cancelled. Here's a third article Vice wrote about me. Again, I agree harassment is bad, no one should do it. I don't do it. I tell my fans not to do it. The article says, everything she's going through while Sonia Anna is being attacked for simply asking, no, she was not. Remember what I said last week we went through this article on Wednesday. Remember what not Wednesday. We went through this article on Wednesday. We went through this article on Wednesday. We know exactly what happened. We know exactly what this Anna Valence did. So Kershaw picked it up. Just asking questions. Look, I read those articles pretty carefully. I don't see a lot of questions. Neither did I. Mostly a lot of a lot of statements based on Reddit threads and other anonymous sources. It really cannot be emphasized that all of the sources from these articles are from Reddit and anonymous sources. This seems very targeted at me, and why? I'm an anime Fosco VTuber. You are Vice. Why? Also, this happened in the article. Is it irony or just totally? Is irony just totally dead? We're still talking about VTubing, right? The time for games is over. They won. Okay, someone wants to bring back Gamergate, but we already know that. Anyway, not to be all, you started it, but you literally started it. There was no controversy. No one, apart from a few anonymous internet trolls Vice quotes in his articles, was butthurt about what I was doing or saying on my stream until you started writing articles calling me a windmill gangster. And now you're calling me a bully and saying it's time to start a war. 2080 style cancel culture all over again. Or is it VTubergate? No, it's not VTubergate, Kershaw. It is Pettygate. The Ballad of Pettygate, as some would call it. Anyway, it's getting pretty tired. Someone says something you don't disagree. Start saying they are controversial. Name drop all the brands you work with. Play the victim card. Rage tweet at them until the sponsors bail. Anyway, we're just asking questions. If we're just asking questions, I have one. How come in the middle of all this, Anna is asking people to buy her gifts on Throne? Surely this isn't just a big branding opportunity for someone who wants to become the definitive VTuber journal, right? I don't want to go to court over this. But if you're going to call me a windmill gangster, keep calling for my sponsors to drop me. What else am I supposed to do? And she has the ability to go to court. She has, in my opinion, the grounds to go to court. Is my opinion, by the way, I'm not giving legal advice. Nothing whatsoever. It is just my opinion, okay? Remember the 3 elements of defamation. Remember the 3 elements of defamation. Seriously, Vice, is this what you want? You want to be the PC police for VTubers? On your front page right now, you have articles about crazy, horny mud truckers. What? And how cool it is to be a goth in Ukraine? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yes. War going on in Ukraine. What does Vice write? About goths. Oh yes. Yes. Wonderful. Now that's some real hard-hitting journalism right there. Yes, what extremely high-quality journalism. A war-torn country and you're talking about goths. Oh my god. I want to read My Immortal again. Lurkus. Just hearing about goths makes me want to read My Immortal again. But my stream is too controversial despite all of that. I'm asking nicely, please take these articles down. Stop pretending there's a controversy where there isn't. I promise if you do, I'll go back to streaming. And you can go back to reporting on the Berlin... Every single... This is the problem. This is a problem. This is a problem with Vice right now. Every single headline that comes out of Vice is different levels of cursed. Or whatever it is you do now. Love Kersha. Short and sweet. Went through the key facts. Went through the key allegations. Again, short and sweet. And it was effective. And I think Vice agreed that it was pretty effective because as a result of this Google Doc, they took down every single one of the articles that is being... They took down every single one of the articles that was posted on this Google Doc. I think it took about within 24 hours. That's pretty good. And here's what I want to say about it's very interesting. It is absolutely interesting. I talked a little bit about it on Twitter a while ago, but it is very interesting to me. I saw how quickly they took down all those articles. What I wanted to say is that yeah, thoughts can be unfair. Sometimes defamation cases can become unfair, but those are the outliers. In the vast majority of cases, if what you say about someone is the truth and you stand by that truth, You will not be afraid of threats of defamation. But when all you do is smear, lie, misrepresent, and make someone look bad all because you don't like that someone, a single threat, not even a threat, a contemplation of a defamation lawsuit scares you so much. And as we can see with Vice, they got rid of those articles in a blink. You know, I can't. Now, no, I don't want. I don't want Kershaw to have to experience that. But yes, I hope one day Vice does smear the wrong type of person, who is willing to just go all in on defamation lawsuits, and they are destroyed the way Gawker did. I hope so. I do not want it to be Kershaw. But really, it depends on how. But there's still a lot of people lying about Kershaw. That is the problem. And this was supposed to be the end of the story, of Kershaw's story. And it should have been the end of Pettygate. But of course, people will always be petty. 小人一定會愛做小人嘅。佢哋係冇辦法。呢啲全部啲卑鄙小人一定會愛做卑鄙小人。It's in their nature, unfortunately. Some of these people, their personalities are so unlikable, they can't help themselves. So the story is not over yet. The story is actually far from over. Yeah, Vice took down all those articles. And also, just so you know, the Vice journalists deleted their Twitter account. You all probably know that is old news. The Vice journalists took down their Twitter accounts. And we really thought... Might as well show you anyway. Let me just show you. So... Wrong one. This account doesn't exist anymore. Okay? Basically, long story short, controller. Anna wrote the first 3 articles, and the last article where it says Waypoint stands with Anna, well, obviously it was written by someone else. But either way, you will think this is the end of it. But unfortunately, this was not the end of it. Not long after Kershaw released the Google Doc, she made a stream. Okay? She made a stream. The Vice journalist was causing a lot of attention towards herself. This Vice journalist was causing a lot of negative attention towards herself, and well, more people dug. More people dug, more people noticed, more people discovered. To the point that Kersha found a whole list of fan fiction that she chose to read on stream. And it leads to this next article, by the way. Okay? It leads to this also now deleted article. Also now deleted article, by the way. But of course, there are archives of it, to a now deleted article from some journal website that I don't really know of. Stealth Optional, whatever this is called. Kersha allegedly streams erotica on Twitch amid trans dehumanization allegations. I'm gonna just read a few lines of this, okay? I'm just gonna read a few lines of this and then I'll give my Kersha. I'll just read the first paragraph. Kersha, VTuber who positions herself as a victim of cancel culture in the news, allegedly streaming this on Twitch. Reportedly, this was interpreted by many as a deliberate smear and dehumanization of trans journalists. The erotica was considered to be a sharp and cruel, sarcastic attack, mockingly portraying transgender stereotypes. And now I know exactly why this article got taken down. Because what these journalists will refuse to tell you, all these journalists refuse to tell you, by the way, and also the people online, what they will refuse to tell you is that that fan fiction is, let me check. I don't even know whether I should show this. I really do not know if I should show this. I really do not know if I should show this. But I will. How am I going to show this without breaking terms of service? My God. What is wrong with this vice journalist? I know. I will see whether I can link you to the tweet in chat. I will link you to the tweet in chat. Okay? That will bypass. Long story short is, what that journalist refused to tell you is that the vice journalist wrote those fanfiction, and Kersha was only reading those fanfiction. So deliberate smear and dehumanization of Anna Valence. So are you saying Anna Valence smeared and dehumanized herself? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say? Because this was written by the journalist. All of this was written. This thing, magical girl thing, is written by the journalist. So anyway, I am extremely confused, okay? So you're accusing Kershaw of dehumanizing the vice journalist and smearing the vice journalist, making sharp and cruel sarcastic attacks. Huh? You saw the link yourself. You saw the link yourself. Who wrote those fanfiction? Reminder, who wrote those fanfiction? It's really like that meme. Do you know that meme about the guy on the side bicycle? You know about the meme of the guy on the bicycle? I probably want to... I think you'll probably know. Let me just check. Let me just check. Evie, can you shut up? Please shut up. It's literally this meme. It's quite literally this meme. You write some of the most depraved fanfiction imaginable yourself. Someone reads it out back to you. You cry victim and ask your journalist friends to attack the person who is merely reading back your own creations. Make that make sense. I think you'll get the point. I think you'll get the point. And again, like I said, that article has been taken down because it was filled with lies. They do not want to be sued by Kershaw as well. So what's next? Well, a lot keeps happening, by the way. A lot. Basically, this vice journalist, and to a lesser extent, the notorious V-tweeter, because of the negative attention they have been getting on themselves, people have continued to dig public posts of theirs. Very public posts. But anyway, I will take a short break from this for now. I'm going to take a short break and I'm going to get some more. I have been drinking a lot and I need to get something. I need to refill my cup. Okay? I will see you all in about 3 to 4 minutes. And make sure you lurkers, please behave yourself. It's not over yet. Just so you know, it is so far from over. I will talk to you later. Rena, shut up. You disappoint me, Lurkis. I just left for a few minutes and already this is happening. My goodness. I cannot believe you all. But continuing on with that, the vice journalist and the V-tweeter, well, they started something and we disappoint you again. At this point, it's your fault for expecting something from us. No, that is not true. Be better. But, Joe, don't break my line of thought, please. Don't break my line of thought. But, yes, I remember what I want to talk about. So I want to bring into attention one of the things that people have found out because of this negative attention that the Vice journalist and this V-tweeter have been farming and allowing to fester, and it manifested into quite the most disturbing discovery. So this is a post from Proctor Z. I'm sure he is familiar to some of you. He's familiar to a fair few of you. But line of thought. A familiar sight to some of you, but let's have a look at what is written here. So I've been kindly provided with some info by sleuths who have more patience for wading through sewage than I do. In the screenshots below, you will see Anna in 2020 and meeting in public that they experienced that in a form called POCD. POCD is a quack diagnosis. In other words, it's fraudulent, pseudoscience, pseudo-medication as some will call it, designed to normalize that type of behavior. That excuses the consumption of actual content. It has come to be used by many former denizens of notorious communities like NAMBLA, MAP, and VERPET. Goodness me, I remember this too. As you may imagine, I am rather perturbed about this development. In my humble opinion, there is no morally or ethically justifiable way to overlook this issue. Before the usual suspects show up to start bleating about non-offending, consider the following. I mean, the usual suspects non-offending. Still is. They still are. Not much of a defense, they still are. Four years after this admission, this individual is still claiming an interest in this. Police states they are supported by and regularly use Faku, distributor with dedicated sections for the usual. AV's primary creative output is smut. Endless amounts of smut. And you probably saw the fan fiction that has been put on the pinned chat, right? And of course, you know about the Fall Guys thing, where this very same journalist attached a vibrating instrument at their rather should not be said out loud, part of the human anatomy, and whenever they get bumped or grabbed by another fall guy, the vibrating instrument turns on. Endless amounts of smut, indeed. Every aspect of this individual's lifestyle demonstrates an extreme addiction, both the consumption and the production. No therapist, even an insane quack who would endorse the consumption of this to check one's urges, would call this person engaged. What? No therapist, even insane quack, yes, would engage a virtuous struggle in their darker nature. Virtuous. Oh boy. Virtuous. Virtuous. Of all the words, of all the adjectives you could possibly use to describe this type of behavior, of all the things you could use to describe this form of behavior, I would certainly not use virtuous. I would not use virtuous. That is how highly they view themselves. AV does not even pretend to be following any therapeutic regime. They are wallowing in shameless degeneracy with no self-limits or self-restraint, going so far as to wear proximity. Well, consider the additional info that Kershaw has personally debunked. There is a video about POCD that Kershaw has made, yes. I've watched a bit of it and I'm not amused. Let's just leave it at that. Investigating his origins and casting a spotlight on the deeply flawed methodology he uses to excuse the inexcusable. This casts the journalist's demented vendetta against her in an entirely new, somehow even more disturbing light. It would, wouldn't it? Kershaw makes fun of this Vice journalist article, bring up what they have said about certain individuals, talking about macaroni in a pot, especially on audio. Did not like that at all. And when this Vice journal found out that Kershaw has also made a video criticizing the idea of this so-called POCD, it is even bigger reason to write a hit piece about Kershaw. Everything do be related in a way, in many different ways. In conclusion, if quoting another person is sufficient evidence to declare them a white supremacist according to Anna's defenders, then openly admitting to having this is enough to declare them as that. The screenshots below are only a few small examples of Anna's so-called reluctance to take a hard stance on the exploitation of, I specifically withheld this tweet to ensure there was time for them to be archived properly. Doubtless other examples will be showcased in the near future. I am not reading those. Now I may oppose about this too. It is quite disturbing at this point in time. It is actually pretty disturbing at this point in time how many of this type of individuals Vice actually hires to do their articles. This individual is not just, this is just one of them. This one who wrote the Kirsha hit piece is just one of many. So like I say in my own post, this is another one. Different writers, all of them mostly different writers, by the way. And one of them, I already talked about this. I talked about this last week. So this is old news. Okay, this is definitely not a savory topic. It's not over yet, it seems to. It doesn't seem like it's over yet, by the way. So Proctor Z made that post, and Madame Savvy finds out more. Madame Savvy finds out more, okay? Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I want to show this on stream, that's the problem. I don't even know whether I want to show this on stream because it is just so... cursed. That's right, Marchan. Cursed. It is... We know there is a time and place, and this is not the time and place to do it. So what I will do instead is... I will pin a new link. I am not going to show this on stream. You have the link. You can see it for yourself. But I will take the chance to read it while you all are reading it so we can read it together. I'm not going to show it on screen, but I'll read what Madame Savvy actually says. I looked up the tweets and they are real. He also writes that very horrible, that very disgusting type of fanfiction. He played an online children's game where he knew children would be interacting with his character and triggering the... Yeah, that's the Fall Guys thing. So this guy who is constantly worried about harming underage individuals writes that type of fanfiction and plays children's games to have underage individuals trigger his items. I want to make two things very clear. This is Savvy saying, by the way. I seldom just use fantasy and fiction as a way to profile someone. I actually support people being into whatever fiction they want so long as it remains fiction. But his side does not. They celebrate No Mercy being banned, but not a peep about this person. It takes multiple red flags to decide if someone is truly unwell and should be ignored. I believe now... this vice journalist is actually one of the few who is a deranged lunatic without hyperbole.
You will have nothing and you will write it.
Macy Pisa, thank you for the 5. I hate the idea of government watch lists, but so long as they exist, individuals like this one should be on them. I agree. This is way too many. Yeah, you can say the first attempt is a smear. The second attempt, maybe people can still agree it's a smear, but this is the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th time. And somehow, it still a smear. I do not buy it. Recap. Fetishizes men who identify as trans getting to... yeah, macaroni in a pot, basically. So a recap, the first part, fetishizes macaroni in a pot. 2, also a continuation of macaroni in a pot. 3, admitted in an article he wrote that he played an online children's game and turned it into an R18 experience. 4th, claims himself to have thoughts of underage individual, real living breathing humans. Because, yeah, this is getting worse. This is the crowd who can't distinguish fantasy and reality. This is who is sick and disgusting. He expects us to find him the moral arbiter all because he posted a blog on Vice. Kershaw makes edgy jokes. This individual thinks about doing that to specific people. Congratulations, crime boss. This is who you listen to. Much of my previous encounters where it stopped being fun, this too has stopped being fun. This isn't just clowning on a person with questionable fetishes trying to be a moral arbiter. This is a sick individual who is unwell, who has made their life worse. If you search for his account for narcotics, he admits to relying on them and alcohol previously, which messed his mind up most likely. Depending on how hard the substances were, I wonder if there are holes. This person needs actual help, not a platform to cancel someone he doesn't like. And knowing Madame Savvy, she keeps finding new things. And oh my goodness, she keeps finding new things. Mother-daughter, oh my god. Mother-daughter. None of this puts it into perspective. None of this will be anything to me, but given the new information, the unhealthiness, the obsession, the self-admitted thoughts, the way he approaches a rated G game, all these persons think about is that deeply unwell person going after a woman who has also previously talked about POCD, all of it new context, and I hate it even more. I don't even know what to say. I really do not even know what to say. What is going on? Oh, some of these screen caps are disgusting. Yeah, if you want to curse yourself, curse your eyes, the link is right there. Everything for you to see. I don't even know what to say. And reminder. This is the type of individual that the envy tubers and the notorious retweeter have decided to side with. This is the type of individual that crime boss Rocky City has decided to listen to. I don't know what else to say. How are you going to sit there and pretend to be a moral and good person when the people you are defending behaves like this? My God, this people. I don't even think I should be showing any more of these things. It's... In hindsight, these are some of the most horrifying things that I have had the displeasure of reading and seeing. So I'm just going to show you a picture of a meme, okay? I'm going to show you a picture of a meme. This was a meme I just made 2 days ago. We have already gone past the whole Proctor Z and Madam Savvy topic, and I hope that the rest is just a little more... It's the big ass, but less disgusting. So what is the context of this meme that I just made? Well, ever since the whole Kershaw releasing a Google Doc and threatening legal action, this specific very notorious V-tweeter, whom we all know by name but I won't call him by name, has quite... Well, he claims at least, okay? He claims that he is done talking about Kershaw. It is over. He is completely done talking about Kershaw. That is all that he's going to talk about on the Kershaw situation. Okay? He made that post. He made that comment. Yeah, we would think, okay, you're finally done. But me, I don't. I did not trust that one bit. Press X to doubt, as I would say. Press X to doubt. And true enough, 9 hours after he said that, he's talking about Kershaw again. And bringing up the VTuber community. Well, a short but sweet little mini incident. And now, there are 2 more. Well, there's 2 more on this topic. For now, oh, you're back, Mo-chan? That's good. Yes, he just went to sleep. People just say he might as well just go to sleep. But if he actually did survive 9 hours awake without tweeting about Kershaw, at least there is some grounds to respect him for. Withdrawal symptoms are a hard thing. Withdrawal can be a very hard thing to overcome. 9 hours is not bad. Oh my goodness. But you know, say what you want about this V-tweeter. Say what you want about this V-tweeter all you want, okay? He is not the only one who is obsessed with Kershaw right now. Guess who else is? If you have been following my posts for the past 2 days, you will probably have an idea someone else has gotten triggered over the Kershaw story. No, someone a bit different. Someone who, long story short, Kershaw wrote a very, very detailed breakdown, a very, very detailed breakdown of this individual being related to the person who was sabotaging her Discord server. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Around the time that this story became big, around the time that Kershaw got banned on Twitch because of that stupid article, around it just so happens, I'm sure it just so happens. I'm sure it just so happens. Just so happens as Kershaw was banned, Short Fat Otaku made his move, you could say. Short Fat Otaku made his move. So yeah, we all saw what happened to Kershaw. She was banned on Twitch for 1 day, but at that point in time, we didn't know it was just for 1 day. At that point in time, we did not know it was just for 1 day because it was like halfway into the ban. But basically, a lot of us did not take it very nice, to be honest. Especially considering what some people on Twitch do that are so much worse than anything Kershaw would ever do. Specifically, Mr. Big Hero Socialist cheering on for some very violent people who use their religion and their politics as a cudgel, as a weapon to excuse their bad behavior. Love has you don't know what he did, but if Pippa immediately aggroed at him and actually went straight to the DTs, oh, you wanna know what happened about Pip? Dev has. One of these days, I might actually take this opportunity to tell you about a little someone called NT, okay? But until then, that might be for tomorrow. I might have a watch with you all for tomorrow on the Crowd NT story. It is a very wild one. But long story short is, Dev, well, to me at least, my personal experience with Short Fat Otaku was a negative one. A very negative one, in fact. Because he was the one who famously, let me show you some pictures. This is definitely a lot more PG-13 than whatever was behind, but I will show you some posts that he made. So this came out around the time of you can see for yourself. The Picabee incident. We all know about that. Hogwarts Legacy Picabee 2023. Dev, my first impression, proper impression of Dev, was over the Hogwarts Legacy incident. And oh boy, he was a very unpleasant person. It is one thing. It is one thing for you to grow thick skin if you're an active participant of internet discourse, but that is not an obligation that should be pushed towards those who are internet civilians. And Pikami was textbook internet civilian. All she does is post funny stuff, post wholesome stuff, do wholesome streams, do funny streams, play video games, and have fun online. And her only quote-unquote mistake was playing a game that people were harassing others for playing. And this is what he's doing. Pikami is wrong for not growing thicker skin. No one is to be blamed except herself for being affected by bullying online. That was my first impression of Dev, and I was already not. It was a very bad first impression. Extremely bad first impression. And of course, he seems to have it in for a lot of women. A lot. Almost every single person he targets is a woman. For some reason. Aiden quite famously has a very bad experience with Dev. And of course, Kirsha, for some reason, is also on his crosshairs. Dev has been spotted skulking around Lifu on her early morning React streams. And he went skulking about Pippa's stream, and Pippa rightfully did not tolerate him. But either way, 2 days ago, I was dragged into an argument with Dev, short fat otaku. And he was, well, I'll show you what he posted, so that people won't accuse me of being bad faith. I will show you what he posted. And this reminder to everyone, this is just for educational purposes. If you all ever want to do anything towards short fat otaku Dev, the only thing I can permit you all to do is give him nothing. No attention, no clout, no reactions, no interactions. Let him enjoy his echo chamber by himself and remain irrelevant by himself. Do not resort to personal attacks, and do not resort to anything that I would not do. Okay? With that out of the way, let's get this started. And it's funny how even Dev somehow gets involved with the Kershaw story. So, this was my, let me have a look. Nope, wrong one. So this was my original reaction when I found out that Kershaw got suspended on Twitch, okay? I'll read it out. When your attempts at character assassination end up backfiring more than it works, of course you will resort to even more unsavory and low-blow methods to try and knock someone down a peg. The timing too, considering Kershaw has not been banned before, as OP confirms. And as we showed you before, that new article that was also cancelled came out, and not too long after the article came out, Kershaw got banned. Everything is a very well-timed coincidence, I'm sure. So what does Dev do? What does Dev do? He quotes my post. He quotes my post. And he quotes my post by showing another post that I've made on him. Okay? So firstly what he says. I do not believe it for a second whenever any of these partisan hacks say they dislike cancel culture. No, they are happy when it happens to somebody they dislike. When they get to be the cancellers, they hop on board with no scruples. And what is his proof to justify this on me? What is his mega proof to show you that I am a hypocrite? Well, this one. So there was a brief moment when Short-Fat Otaku was suspended on Twitter. So I noticed it, kind of surprised. I'll read out what I say. Short-Fat Otaku Dev gets sussed. Oh, lots of people must feel zero pity for Dev over this, me included. And especially Kershaw, Pippa, and many, many more. Alright. I hope you lurkers can understand what is the message you get from this. Can you explain to me what is the message you get from me saying this? I'm going to put myself in the line of fire right now to be fair to Dev. Tell me what it is without me telling you what to think. What do you think when I say this? I'm not going to tell you what to think for now, before I express what I interpreted this as. I'm going to be fair to Dev. I'm not going to tell you what to think, but I'm just going to let you all decide. I'll give you about 20 seconds. I'm going to drink something. Most of you got the point, and I appreciate you all for thinking that as well. I appreciate you all for thinking the same way as well. Yes, exactly right, as some of you say. If I had the power to cancel Short-Fat Otaku or Dev, I still would not use it. Because I do not believe in that type of tactic. For me, the closest you can ever see me quote-unquote supporting cancel culture is simple. When the market does not like your product and leave you with excess stock and you run out of business. That is the only extent of cancel culture that I believe I would remotely support. You make a product that no one wants, no one buys it, your business fails. That is the extent of my quote-unquote cancel culture. But on a related note, even if I would never exercise proper cancel culture powers on people like Dev and deaf, short, fat otaku, that does not mean I am obligated to feel pity or empathy for him when he does get suspended. And that is precisely my thought. I will not cancel you, Dev. I will never cancel you. Even if I had all the power in the world, even if I had 10 million subscribers at my beck and call, all they need me to say is cancel this person, I will not do it. Never. And I expect none of you to do it. Okay? None of you do this. If you follow me, none of you do this. Okay? But that being said, I am not obligated to feel pity for you. I am also not obligated to support you. You cannot force me to feel sympathy for you for being suspended on Twitter, even if briefly. So, Dev, you misrepresented me. You can accuse, if you are watching this stream by chance, you can accuse everyone in my chat to be an echo chamber, sure. You can accuse them to be an echo chamber. You can accuse my lurkers to be an echo chamber all you want. But you don't know, I have glorified blood sports with some of my lurkers in the past. You probably don't even know that. But it doesn't matter right now. The fact is, I stand by what I say. So he accuses me of being a hypocrite. Fine. But his evidence is this screen cap of mine. So what I do is I respond to him. Hey Dev, I wasn't even deliberately trying to attack him in any specific way. Hey Dev, why do you deliberately misrepresent what I say? The screen cap you provided does not seem to indicate the caption you made. I told you all for truth is more important than popularity, accusing everyone around you of being bad faith and hypocritical. But here you are deliberately putting words into my mouth to accuse me of saying things I did not say. If I had the power to cancel someone, I still won't do it. And I've said before. But you can't force me to have pity for you if something happens to you. It is no one's obligation to sympathize with you. So you are saying you want to compel thought now. And that's exactly right. He's accusing me. He's calling me a hypocrite. He's calling me pro-cancel culture. But what is he doing in return? What exactly is he doing in return? He's forcing me to change how I think. He is calling me out for a thought crime. That is what Dev is doing. He is attempting to ironically cancel me for having a thought crime. I want you to remember this. I want you to understand this correctly. I want you to understand this very, very carefully. He is angry at me because I said I do not sympathize with him when he got suspended. That was my crime. I'm sorry, Dev. I just do not like you enough to sympathize with you. In fact, I can't even say I like you remotely. I I do dislike you as a person. Because your behavior has indicated to me that you are an individual who is mean-spirited, particularly petty, holds a grudge, and has now for the past years argued only exclusively in bad faith. I did not originally respond to you in any way, shape or form with any level of hostility. Even right now, as you are misrepresenting me, I only responded to you with what I believe is the facts. Honestly, and without any unnecessary insults or irrelevant off-tangent remarks. So what does Dev reply? So what does Dev say? This is his response to me when I say that, okay? So I say this, he say this. Okay, per your own standards, lots of people feel zero pity for Kershaw over this, me included. And this doesn't constitute any of us supporting her cancelling. So I don't know what was his point exactly when he said this, so I did respond. Unless you have something to do with brigading or en masse reporting Kershaw's channel, indeed it does not. What an odd comment, and I could not understand what point he was trying to make. I personally do not care about Dev's opinions, and I do not care if he's happy she is banned, if he had no hand in personally reporting or inciting his followers to report her. It is not my problem. And this is what I say is true as well. Dev chose this time to call me out. And I really did forget about Dev. We were also focused on the other V-tweeter, we completely forgot about Dev. Well, evidently as well. I'm saying this not because I am trying to brag or gloat, but I'm saying this to properly demonstrate that my impression of Dev is not the minority impression.
You will have nothing.
Kirby54, thank you for the 10. Used to follow Dev for years but stopped when he was being disingenuous and not following his own ideals. He never made his Canadian trucker protest video he promised years ago. He's attention seeking. He has done way worse than that, unfortunately. I have seen quite a lot of things. Well, granted it was from Aiden, but the fact that Kershaw wrote her Google Doc about Dev and the person who was allegedly working for Dev to sabotage Kershaw, I am more inclined to believe Aiden than Dev. And back to my thing, I am not one to gloat, and what I'm bringing up right now is not with the intention to gloat, but you can call it that. I can't force you to think how to think. But what I have noticed is that people really do not like Dev. They really do not like short fat otaku. Because this was his post. 319 likes. 117 replies. This is my post. I was shocked. I thought it was just between me and him. Somehow he wanted to start beef with me again, and I just replied. I replied with as balanced of a take as I can make. And apparently people would rather avoid siding with Dev. So yeah, this was a very stupid. And he's going to cover the Kersha situation. The Kersha and Anna Valence situation soon. But he covered it yesterday actually. Shofet Otaku covered the vice journalist and Kersha situation yesterday. And well, it was interesting. Okay? Now, I'm just going to go a bit. How should I say it? This part is going to be largely without prompts and without. I'm going to live analyze what he said, okay? Again, like I said, all of this is just for educational purposes. Do not in any way oh boy, I just saw something funny. So I made this post, right? Reminding you lurkers about the stream that's coming on. Yeah? Remember this? You lurkers remember this? It was just a few minutes ago. Probably a fan of Dev. Now it doesn't matter. It was just funny when I saw it. Let me try and find the post. There we go. So he made some very interesting point. He made a very interesting call out post. Okay, he made a very interesting call out post. So this was the post he made. Yo, Kersha, it's my personal opinion that you are a paranoid schizophrenic and it has led you to believe that I'm interacting with the vice journalist. I mean, you don't control who or what I talk about. I do what I want, but two, where did this actually happen? And he brings about this whole part with he has never directly interacted publicly with the vice journalist. Okay, that was his point. And he keeps trying to attack Kersha, but please keep schizoing out about how I'm apparently involved in the vice crap. I await proof of the claim. And I want you to remember this part. I want you to remember this specific part also. And none of this means I support Anna and the garbage hit piece that they shared out. They're a freak as well. This whole story is just this. Okay. I want you to remember this post. Because I certainly remember this post, okay? What I'm going to say right now, I prefer to just say what I'm thinking out right now rather than making a reply post to Dev. So remember this. Remember this very closely, okay? So people found out, and I also found out, that, yeah, as you see, one of Dev's followers tried to community note this. I don't really care. But anyway, people notice this. Firstly, we know this vice journalist. Both accounts of Dev follows this vice journalist. Not just his personal account, but his brand account. To be honest, followers are not endorsement. I'm going to get to that a bit, and it's a little very odd now that I think about it. Like I say, I could be wrong on this, but I have noticed some odd things surrounding death personally. And this is my opinion and an analysis of what I am seeing, but I would like to think that something is a little off. Okay? So that's what we talked about. Okay, this is the first part. So we move back to that part. Dev used the same argument as you. Dev used the same argument as you. Following is not endorsement. Okay, sure. Following with both your personal and your official account is not endorsement. Sure, I can believe that too. And then now here's where things get a little odd, okay? So remember what he said here. None of this means I support the vice journalists and the garbage heap pieces. He does not like them. Okay. If he does not support this individual, and if he believes that this individual is a very disturbed individual who smear pieces and very bad smear pieces as that, something does not add up. At least to me, it does not add up. Okay? I'm going to make a PowerPoint. Let me just make a I think it's better if I just make a presentation to just outline my thought process. Okay? Let me close this. I'm going to list here what I believe to be the facts surrounding the whole dev and vice journalist situation, okay? Now, everything is speculation. Everything is speculation, to be fair. And my dislike for dev probably has quite a bit of sway in how I perceive the facts as it stands. But this is what I've seen. Trying to be as balanced as I can, this is what I've noticed. Okay, the first part is dev, we all see, follows journal. Both on personal and brand account. 2. Despite following the journal, despite following the journal, dev supposedly never interacted with the journal. And he uses this as a rebuttal of saying he takes the journal side. He's using this as a rebuttal. I have never interacted with this vice journalist, therefore I do not support this vice journalist. That is the argument he's trying to make. I had nothing to do with the culture harassment. That is the argument he's trying to make. Okay? Third part. Dev follow-up says he opposes the journal. Calls journal bad, basically. Now these are the facts. These are the facts. But here's something that a little odd that I've been noticing, okay? To me, at least, to me it's odd. 1. Let me just try and think about this for a moment. If he opposes the journal and she follows the journal, I need to reduce the size a bit. See, if he opposes the journal and he follows the journal, it's very odd that he never interacts with the journal. He never interacts with the journal. Especially zero call out posts or call out videos. Okay? This is the first part that confuses me a bit. The second part. His first real addressing of anything related to the journal is attacking the people the journal is also attacking. He, as you can see when he posted to me, he posted about me, remember that part calling me a hypocrite? He also actively attacks people defending the person the journal is attacking. So something really doesn't really add up to me, honestly. Something does not add up to me. I'm not saying anything of this as a fact, but there are some things that are a bit contradictory, at least to me. So on one hand, he says that because he never interacted with this journalist, therefore he definitely has zero involvement with the harassment of Kersha. Okay, sure. And he uses he has zero interactions with him, zero posts, zero replies, zero comments. Sure. Then the odd thing is, however, Dev follows the journal both on a personal and brand account. Now, you would think that if, at least in my opinion, if I follow someone, I usually will try to interact with someone, whether positively or negatively, at least once. Whether liking their post or even, in this case, possibly DMing them. So that's the first part that really confused me. And the third part is he claims to oppose the journal and calls the journalist bad. So it's really very odd. So on one hand, so he's trying to say he's hate following the journalist? Is that it? He's hate following the journalist, following him so to mock the journalist? Is that what he's trying to say? If that's the case, where are the videos? Where are the videos calling out the journalist for making silly articles about Fall Guys? Where were the call-out posts? Because remember, where were the call-out posts calling the journalist out for hypocritical behavior or making those comments about macaroni in a pot? I mean, if Dev was really such a good faith and centrist and reasonable centrist, he would realize how disgusting a comment like macaroni in a pot would be, isn't it? Why nothing at all? That's something I do not get. There are no call-out posts. There are no call-out videos. There wasn't even a reply to anything on that topic. Marcos, I don't think you should care about that. Because that's and also, exactly right, Lekachan, where this journal has deliberately, again, very odd. Interesting point, I'll mark it else as well. He is calling a lot of people out on being pro-cancel culture, yet he only targets those who are criticizing the journal. The journal was the biggest proponent of cancel culture. Yet, not a peep from Dev. It's very odd. It's a whole sequence of events that really confuse me so much. You would think for someone as anti-cancel culture as Dev, he would have been one of the first to call out the vice journalist for trying to cancel Kersha and going after her sponsors over misinformation. You would think he will be the first in line to do it. If his principles are to be believed, you would think he is the very first to go in line to, even if he hates Kersha for some reason, he would call out this journalist, but nothing. As you can see here in this post, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. As you can see in this post, absolutely nothing. Yeah, sure. No tweets in support of the journalist, but no tweets calling the journalist out as well. And especially confusing because you claim to oppose the journalist. So, for those who are saying that a follow does not equal an endorsement, yes, that is very true. But in this case, when we are taking into account gaps in facts, firstly, and circumstantial evidence. So again, I want to reiterate, what are the circumstantial evidence in my opinion? Firstly, claims to oppose the vice journalist, but never calls out the bad behavior that the vice journalist has exhibited, the pro-cancel culture behavior that the vice journalist has demonstrated. Nothing. Second, both his personal and brand account follows the vice journalist. And thirdly, when the vice journalist was being criticized for their behavior, Dev, instead of joining in on the criticism, but also, I'll be fair to Dev. Instead of joining in on the criticism, making his own call-out post on the journalist, alongside those who wants the journalist to lose the job or something like that, all he does is target the people who are criticizing the journalist. Only. Those are the only people he has targeted. And only when he receives enough pushback for his original take, he said, oh, actually, I am also against the journalist. Is that so? You seem to be pretty enthusiastic with your call-out of Kersha. You seem to be pretty enthusiastic with your call-out of me. But for some reason, it took almost 1,000 people to pressure you to say even a brief 3 lines about the vice journalist. So, pardon me. In this very specific circumstance, I have a little bit of doubt. You claim that your follow of this vice journalist is not an endorsement. I have a little bit of doubt. And you know what I think? Do you know what I think? This is just my speculation. So Dev, before you say I am making things up, I am speculating, I am thinking. This is my opinion. Do not get so up in arms about it, because this is just what I think. Okay? I think you and this vice journalist DM. May not be frequently, but at least once, I suspect. And I suspect, and one of the things I want you all to understand, Twitter has a very interesting function. Oh yeah, the third point, I want to put a third point in, because this is also very, very interesting. A third point. One more. Vice journalist is block happy. This vice journalist blocks a lot of people. A lot of people. And there is one thing I have noticed with the block function. Okay? And it is a very simple thing. When you block someone, so Dev claims he opposes the journal. Well, the journal should have blocked him. Right? The journalist should have blocked him. But I know for a fact this journalist did not. And you want to know why? Because Dev, his brand and his personal accounts are both still followed to the journalist account before it got shut down. And there's one very convenient thing about blocking and following. If you block a person who follows you, the person automatically unfollows you. So I do know for a fact that the block-happy vice journalist who blocks anyone who criticizes them does not block Dev. So yeah, sure. Dev might not have anything to do with it. And we are responsible individuals. We will not pass it off as fact. And most we will just look at you with raised eyebrows, or in this case, narrowed eyes. Sure, you claim you did not do it. Burden of proof is on us to prove you have done it. It's fair enough. But you can't stop us from speculating. And in this case, all this circumstantial evidence have led me to speculate. I actually don't even know. I think last I checked, I was blocked by the vice journalist. But I can't remember because this account has been shut down already. As you can see, the account has been shut down, so I would not know. But if I have to suspect, I probably was blocked. A lot of people was blocked. Even replying saying I disagree got you a block. So it really makes me question why Dev was not blocked by this journalist if he claims he opposes what this journalist has done. So with that out of the way, if you're watching this by any chance, Dev, or fans of Dev, I don't buy the excuses you're making. Yeah, sure. We can't say as a matter of fact that you have had anything to do with Kershaw. It would be irresponsible for us to make that type of conclusion, but in our own personal opinion, I do not take your excuses seriously enough to say you are innocent. I'm sorry. So like I said, I don't know why both of your accounts followed the journalist, and supposedly there was zero interactions between you two. And for some reason, for such a ban-happy account like the Vice journalist, for some reason you were not banned because you are still listed as a follower of that account before it got shut down. It only leads me to believe that there is a chance both of you DM. And I don't know what you are DM'd. It's probably not my business. But you know you. Okay, Dev? So, don't get upset at me for posting this. I didn't say anything. So, by the way, Dev, let me check. Don't get upset at me for posting this, because this is a factually correct screen cap. You can infer your intentions on me any way you like, but I have expressed them very clearly right now on stream. You can send your fans, your followers to fact check me on this all you want. You can send your followers to fact check me all you want. And I don't care. Because you are struggling to change my mind. All of the circumstantial evidence gives me doubt that I should take your words seriously. Fair enough what you say. Fair enough you say you follow people you usually disagree with sometimes to avoid losing contact with reality. That's fair. But again, what makes it very different from your scenario is what Dev decides to do. For someone who claims to follow this vice journalist again because he opposes this vice journalist, I want to see what mistakes they made. For some reason, he runs defense he was very quick only to attack the people who are criticizing the vice journalist. And to me, that is very odd behavior. You would think he would at least evenly spread out his criticism between both the vice journalist and the people who are criticizing the vice journalist. But for some reason, no. He only brought up this part about the vice journalist. He only brought up this part about the vice journalist as a throwaway statement. A comment within a big a comment within a comment within a comment. And it took a large amount of pushback before he was willing to say this. So again, I am very not convinced. And unlike in your case, Marcos, I think that following this vice journalist, in my opinion, is that I am an inkling he supports this vice journalist in some way or form. Or at least gives the journalist some clout. So, again, like I say, Dev, send your followers to community note my post. I don't care. Your fans still follow you. Congratulations. They still take what you say seriously. Congratulations. I do not. So, any more questions? Because I think that this is the part that I really felt like talking about. Dev was trying to say maybe he has a right to defend himself, but people also have the right to doubt his defense. That's the problem. And I fall under the category of doubting his defense. And I'm not afraid to admit it. And I'm also not afraid to admit that I do dislike Dev. But if Dev is watching or his fans are watching, will I go out of my way to manufacture falsities to smear Dev? I don't care about him enough to do that. And even if I did, I do not believe in creating fake narratives to justify to cause people to dislike a specific someone that I dislike. And let's also be fair, Dev does not have a very clean track record. I don't have to make up stories about him. I just have to screen cap his own behavior. And it would say enough. So that is what else then? There is one more story. And this was... Do you want to do a watch along? I normally do not want to follow what an VTuber say. Before I commit to the watch along, I'm going to take a short break. Oh, I'm going to take a short break again. Need to... I'm out of water again. I cannot believe it. That sounds ominous. I have the impression we're not going to see memes. I'll think about it. I'm going to take a quick break. If I want to do the watch along, I'll do it. If not, I'll just keep talking. I'll come back to you shortly, okay? Again, I expect you all to behave. Okay, I'm back. Let's have a look at and see what you all were talking about while I was away. Let me scroll back up, You all talk a lot while I was away. That's shocking. Let me see where is it? The thing is, even if he had never interacted with Anna, he inserted himself into this drama. Exactly, that was what I was thinking. He could very much, if he actually believed what he said about this part, you know? If he actually believed what he said about this part, let me show you. If he actually believed what he said about this part, he wouldn't have gone after me. He would not have gone after me. He would not have gone after Kyoja again. Let me... What else? I think I moved too far. beehive. Wait. Someone said something about my darkness. Long story short, Midas 50k announcement. Is Midas online right now? Is Midas online right now? I wanted to watch this with you all. Wait, no. Let me check if Midas is online right now. Nope, she is not online right now. But Oko is online right now. Ah, shame Midas is not online right now. It's a premium one link. I've already followed Midas. I've subbed to Midas, so I probably can. I'll catch it I'll probably catch it when it happens. Okay. Funny how that works, huh, Lurker-chan? What kind of centrist is he when he often always... If I have to use a ratio... 20-80. 80% he runs defense for the left side. 20% he runs defense for the rest. I can't even say the right side, it's the rest. Tomorrow, we might have a bit of a watch along. I don't know how spicy it will be watching this on Twitch, but I feel it is quite important to talk about the type of people Dev used to hang out with. Is a little specific someone? Let me see. Oh, by the way, I saw something funny. On Twitter. I saw something funny on Twitter a few days ago. And it's a little exciting, in my opinion. Let's see. Where is it? Nope. Jimbo. Mr. Metalcare. So Kersha and her community drop a knee so hard on this MFs that articles got pulled, people went into protected mode on socials, and sponsors are now getting on their knees saying, "Aww." I would love to hear... Kersha says, "I would love to hear your cover of this whole saga. It's right in your wheelhouse. Hope reading my civil cease and desist letter was amusing." Oh, definitely. I plan on covering it a lot. Wait. Trumpet has gifted another membership to somebody. Necromakia, go thank Trumpet, please. Oh, definitely. I plan on covering it along with others. Oh boy. Why is he here? This has been the problem with this John the Rice. This has been a constant problem with John the Rice. He is more cloud-starved at times. At times he's more cloud-starved than even Bint. He is more cloud-starved than the envy tubers who try to cause issues. He tries to get Kersha to notice him. He tries to get Jimbo to notice him. Jimbo hardly notices anyone other than the subject of the topics he's talking about. John the Rice is a very peculiar individual who is caught saying two very opposite things at the same time in different posts, repeatedly and frequently, just so he can get clout. Dogstrail, you just drop by in the morning, good morning. You just drop by, hello, welcome, welcome. I'm a bit tired to talk. Do you want to do watch along? Actually, Midas is not here yet. Oh, Midas is all night. She's not there. Wait, let me see. I will just go with. I just go. Core of my disc. I'm in her channel right now.
Oh. Alright. I can consider this little pre-watch, a little warm-up, give me some ideas before I do it live on broadcast.
What? Crap!
Is my illegal rip Spanish? Oh, fully. Oh, holy, they did you so dirty. Yeah, if only the rest of the movie was as beautiful as this scene. This was perfect.
Midas really loves Artemis Fowl. Wow.
To be able to grow, you need to have stability first, and most of us, my age and younger, were born into an unstable society, socially and economically. Population decline absolutely is cultural, absolutely is monetarily based. If you can't afford to sustain yourself as a full adult, how the hell are you gonna afford to sustain an extra little person? Even though tons of people would love to have kids, most of the level-headed people I know are just not having them.
That is actually a very interesting point, because it is very real. A lot of people who will make great parents, successful people, well off, making lots of money, the prospect of kids, no, doesn't really seem to apply.
Numbers are both full of meaning and meaningless. There's percentages of population, there's age, there's years, months, weeks, and days. But right now, the two most significant numbers on my mind are 77 and 45. 77 tries in 45 days. I've been keeping something from you all for a while now, but as it comes closer, I think now is the right time to tell you. July 2nd, I'm going to be going on hiatus. That's 6 Wednesdays left. It's taken 5 years, but I've been offered genuinely the opportunity of a lifetime. Something I thought would never be possible, but always hoped for. Ever since the first time I opened V-Roid Studio all those years ago. It's really scary, but it is thrilling.
Face
I don't even
connect.
have to get rid of Midas. I'm just gonna pause it for a little while.
Face
While I
connect?
settle in and focus. I'd still be able to collaborate with people after that time. I just won't be uploading to YouTube or Twitch for at least 2 months on my end. You can still catch me as I'm here in collabs or non-streaming projects, but
Oh, non-streaming projects,
I would plan to
okay.
come back full force when I have new polished assets and things worth saying.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Potentially late fall.
Her own
early
projects,
winter,
okay.
Depending on how things turn out. I wanted to wait a little longer, but I really think the sooner that I do this, the easier it'll be for all of us as well. I wanted to do this ahead of the donathon because I didn't want people to think I was raising money and then vanishing like a scumbag. All projects are being worked on and fulfilled. The timeline will just be different. I will still be helping the Syndicate put together a 3D concert, and I will be participating in it. For those who know and participate in my Syndicate activities, Bomi and Pixie will remain in the Syndicate and it will not dissolve. I just won't be pushing for major events on my end after the concert. As I said when it formed, they are their own independent creators, and I did warn you, genuinely when that project began, I did warn you that early summer, at least my major involvement would come to an end. The next 5 days, I'm going to be holding a donathon on both YouTube and Twitch. The funds will be used to make the craziest shit imaginable possible in the last 6 weeks we have together. I'll be hunting duders at Off-Kai. There's a plan for an off-collab with Bomi and Pixie. There's going to be a full 3D concert. I'm potentially doing a whole original live theater play, though that one is entirely dependent
Jeez.
on the outcome of the
Those are very
donathon.
ambitious. I don't think I can
I'll be doing
ever
things
reach to that
I
level. It's
hate
not in the
doing,
near
like
future.
playing
anyway.
Minecraft. Just playing games in general. Billions of other things. It's going to be packed tight. You're going to be seeing so much of me in the next month, you will be whelmed. I just hope you all stick around. When the time comes, I hope that you're excited and that you're happy. Because this isn't like a character death. This isn't a graduation. This is a big step for me. This is a huge evolution in what I've always wanted to do. I'm going to be able to make the content I've always been able, always been wanting to make, but never been able to.
Interesting.
I hope you don't forget me. During the period of time where
How
the
will
Midas
I
side of things
forget
goes silent.
YouTuber Tomoko seriously? How will I forget
I can't tell you what to do,
Tomoko
though. I'm not your
seriously?
mom. Stop asking me about the race war. I'm not going to talk about it.
That was a nice little watch along, wasn't it? Interesting. I really wonder what is the project she wanted to do. Kind of curious. What is the project she actually really wants to do? She'll be away for roughly, she claims, 2 months. She claims it will take around 2 months, give or take. But I suspect it might have a chance to be longer. But I think if you are a Midas fan, it is important to understand that a hiatus is very different from a graduation. So if you are melancholic that she's not going to appear in the near future, don't be. Like she said, she wants to do her own thing, but when she's done with it, she'll be back. So don't no rush her and no get sad. So at first I thought, what? Oh, is she joining Faith God? No, she's probably doing her own thing. So what is she gonna do? Agency? Open an agency? That's a bit high risk. I don't want to speculate anyway. But it sounds like it's creatively focused and it's not related to streaming. Yeah, opening an agency is a fire risk. It is an extreme risk. And I hope you win the lottery one day, Maxi. But just be ready to expect what comes out of a VTuber agency. It is not easy. But I really am kind of curious. What is Midas cooking for the coming 2 months? What will she be cooking out off stream in the coming 2 months for it to be such a big deal? Because seriously, there is still a market. There is still a big market for a good VTuber agency. For one face connect, there is at least 20 cometas. Seriously, it is quite shocking. Everyone is bringing up Rina. It's so funny. But anyway, oh boy. I was thinking whether I want to watch a rev video or not, but I will pass on that. 3 whole hours of yapping. Let me see if there's anything else I want to talk about. Chat nuisance as a service. Chat nuisance as a service, that's hilarious. Well, I'll just talk a little bit about this, okay? I'll just talk a little bit about this. Cat is for Wednesday. Caliente's story is for Wednesday. And oh boy, my teaser of a comment about this Caliente situation, which I will save for Wednesday again, is... Well, that's a little bit of karma, isn't it? That karma is gonna dent your career a little bit, isn't it? Everyone is talking about Rina. Rina is the next big thing. Rina is the personification of Lurker-chan. But I think there's one more topic I want to bring up. This is also related to Kersha. And this topic on Kersha involves envy tubers again. The jealous tubers. So. She has been on a Twitter cycle recently for the past 2 days. And I won't name this VTuber by name, but the other people, but someone like Ref probably talked about this VTuber to quite a degree of length. But long story short is trying to defend the Twitch banning of Kersha, this specific VTuber. And the excuse that she's giving is that, let me just read. I'll just read it out. I'll just read out what this VTuber say. Kersha is endangering potential minors lurking in her community by reading smut on stream and still up in her YouTube VOD. Kersha is lucky all she got was a 1-day ban. This is literally disgusting. Do I want to show their kiss? If I show you the screen caps, will you promise me that you will all just take this as educational and do nothing? Can I have your promise? Because I think showing the screen caps put things into perspective. Gives clarity, okay? You'll try. Okay. I'll hold your word to it. Let me just close irrelevant stuff and get to this. Close irrelevant stuff and get to this. So the name of the VTuber is not important, but what this VTuber demonstrates in behavior is important, okay? So firstly, calls Kersha out. She deserves the ban. Already blocked me, by the way. Never interacted with this VTuber in my life. Kersha has the highest restriction available and bans minors on site. Guess what, buddy? Minors don't have to be in chat. They can be lurking. This is why the no explicit NSFW rule exists on Twitch, because unfortunately blah 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 blah. Okay, so basically a whole lot of virtue signaling. Think of the children, all that type of thing. Already have this. Let me see. Most people have seen her content at this point in time already. Holy crap, 25 hidden replies. By the way, just for information, this VTuber already has an established reputation of the type of content she makes. So let's just say one of her tweets involves, let me find it. Hold on. I want to find it. Because again, it is think of the children might be lurking. Human centipede hypotheticals. She deleted the YouTube video, but the stream is still up. And we all know what human centipede is, isn't it? We know exactly what human centipede is. And there was also a YouTube video where this specific NVTuber who talks about don't show, think of the underage individuals, posted a loud read along of a fan fiction on YouTube, and the title of the fan fiction is Voicemail. It is a very I'm not even going to describe this fanfiction. I'm not going to describe this fanfiction, but basically, long story short, doing exactly what Kersha did. But for some reason, it's fine when she does it. It is absolutely fine when she does it for some reason. Oh gee, I wonder why. For some reason, it's fine when she does it. And then, of course, I might as well show you. It's a bit of a... And of course this. Some Nikkei. So really, I'm not showing this to talk about any specific tastes that this VTuber might have. I'm only showing this precisely because the audacity of you to lecture people about controlling your contents, because there might be specific individuals lurking in the chat even if you do not know they are there. Take your own advice, and VTuber. Spare the lectures. Take your own advice. So long story short is that two-faced behavior from an NVTuber. And a day ending with why? Tale as old as time at this point. And of course, it seems this NVTuber is on a meltdown on Twitter over being called out. And as Azehara just pointed out, an obscene amount of hidden replies in those original posts. This NVTuber also has shared the notorious VTweeters post as well. And again, this notorious VTweeter, whose name starts with B, every single thing that comes out of his mouth is irony. So might as well just show you the post anyway. Because it is... So apparently this part... I'll just read it because this is so stupid. How do you look at how these people behave in response to a point-blank TOS violation and a 1-day suspension and think, yeah, this is appropriate? But what about what this other person did is a misdirection? They only want you to be responsible for what you say and do. Okay, the reason people are going after this VTuber, VTweeter, the reason they're going after this VTuber is very simple. This VTuber was not banned, not suspended for doing the exact same thing as Kershaw does. This VTuber is saying that Kershaw deserves to be banned because she read R18 fanfiction on Twitch. Yet, this specific VTuber shows R18 videos and pictures on Twitch and YouTube, talks about the topics in quite a lot of graphic detail, no bans. That's the point. So no, the whataboutism is the what about in this situation is quite relevant. One person gets banned, the other person does not, despite doing the exact same thing. That is the problem. And I don't know how it managed to elude you. But of course, knowing the VTweeter and the VTuber, they do not care. It's fine when I do it. It's fine when I do it. It's fine when my friends do it. But when you do it because I don't like you, it is wrong. That's how it is every single time. I don't know. Do people not have a bit of self-awareness at how they look, with how they look to others? Do they not have any self-awareness with how they look to people around them? I do not understand. And I'm so sorry if my words come out right now is a bit harsh and a bit, I would say it's actually kind of mean already, but my tolerance is particularly low with this type of things. It's particularly low. I don't know what else I can say if I'm being particularly mean. But the best I can say is do not give these clout-hungry VTweeters and VTubers apathy. Give them nothing. Well, suffice to say, I've already done. I think you can laugh at them, sure. Laugh at them like a normal person would laugh at a comedian, sure. Don't go any further than that. Laugh about them, talk about them, but don't go any further than that. I think I've done with the talking topic about this. I hope I wasn't too confusing for you all. I really hope I wasn't so I wasn't being confusing to you all. Because at some point I am basically at some point I already am. Oh, by the way, did you know the VTweeter, the notorious VTweeter, tried to go after Razor Fist? And Razor Fist replied to this V-tweeter. And the V-tweeter deleted the post. And I also noticed something. Do you know this notorious retweeter? I wouldn't dare to take credit. I would not dare to take credit. I would not dare to take credit at all. But I would not dare to take credit at all, but I have noticed not too long after I posted this meme, the V-tweeter changed his profile picture. And this V-tweeter has used his profile picture for a very long time. But the moment this meme started to circulate around, he changed his profile pic. I wouldn't dare to take credit on it. Maybe there are a lot of different factors at play, but maybe I might just be one of them. But now his profile picture is different. They have changed their profile pic a few times, and it's often when people call them out on it. Ah yeah, he's hoping for the memory hole to take effect, isn't it? Yes, I remember the mint incident too. I remember the mint incident too, for sure.但係我講呢啲嘢啊，呢啲卑鄙小人真係好攰嘅，真係好緊要攰嘅。啲小人啊，佢哋咩嘢都講得出嘅，咩嘢都做得到。Ah boy. Long story short, this V-tweeter is particularly afraid of clapbacks. That's the long story short I'm getting out of this. And you know what is the worst thing about this? You know what is the worst thing about all of this? I suspect this is nowhere near the end of Pettygate. This is nowhere the end of Pettygate. I suspect it's just gonna keep happening. Something new is gonna happen sometime in the future. And Kirsha is not gonna catch a break. I'm just glad that the culture has started shifting, and cancel culture Rina, can you shut up? We were talking about you half an hour ago and you were away, and now we get back to a proper topic, you just come back and start problems. Again, like I say, if you want to, is Midas live right now? Is she? Midas is live right now, is she? I will consider it. Let me check. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Midas was live because she premiered the. She premiered. No, it's just not live right now. She just premiered just now. It's Akko who is live right now, yes. Akko is live right now. Midas is going to go on hiatus for a few months after probably 6 more weeks of streaming, I think. She's going to go on a hiatus for a few months because she says she's probably going to have some kind of a project coming up and she's very invested in it. But a few months later, when she's ready, she'll be back. That was the announcement. But anyway, like I say, I don't think there is an end to this Pettygate situation anytime soon. And wow, let me just find that meme again. It's still amazing to me how it all started from. Anything that they want to say, I don't even know if it's his or her. The journalist colleagues will say on their behalf. That's basically the takeaway. So disengaging on both Twitter and Blue Sky, that is quite a big deal. Junebug's birthday on the 19th, so it's 19th now. Junebug, happy birthday. Junebug, happy birthday. Lurkers, are you all still listening? Can you wish Junebug a happy birthday before she leaves? Or he leaves? I don't know. But yes, all in all, I do very much agree with Mod Chan. I hope for the day that VTubing goes back into a niche. A proper niche. But as it stands, there's no such thing as a VTuber community. Reminder. And I'm going to put this into writing because it is so important. A closing statement before I conclude today's stream, okay? Let me see. There is no VTuber community. It is a weapon used by power-hungry individuals. To force compliance and root out wrong thing. There is, however, communities around VTubers and agencies. That is different. It's less an empire, more many kingdoms. Do not for even one moment actually buy into the lie that some of these VTubers and VTweeters bring up to force you to play ball. Do not for even a single moment believe it. That there is some kind of monolithic VTuber community that believes everything they claim to represent. They're only ever using... Whenever you hear the word VTuber community is being used, you will always notice it is always used in reference to coercing someone to behave. You will always notice it. Subconsciously, you notice. As part of the VTuber community, this person should be called out. The VTuber community does not stand with this individual. The VTuber community does not stand for this bad behavior, that behavior, this behavior. The VTuber community is outraged by the behavior of this specific VTuber. The VTuber community does not approve of this type of avatar. You hear it all the time. And it is never in a good context. It's never for a good context. You hardly ever hear the VTuber community just wants everyone to get along. Never. It's about the VTuber rejects this, the VTuber community rejects this, it rejects that, it stands against this, it will not accept this, it will reject that. It's always those same words. The same words, the same language. Yeah. I'm the generalissimo of the VTubing community. I'm sure I am. Oh, imagine. Let me just imagine. I said I am the generalissimo of the VTubing community, which means the VTubing community is my power to will. Everyone has to gain my approval. Any new VTuber who wants to join VTubing, they have to go through a VTuber state-sponsored lie detector. and formal interrogation before they are even permitted to commission a VTuber model. So says me, the generalissimo of the VTuber community. And I will have a share of all the VTubers' subscription money as part of my monthly tribute. Joking, of course. Okay, joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. So shut up. But even as a joke, a generous. I'm a very understanding. I'm a benevolent ruler. I'm a benevolent ruler. My very modest VTuber tax will just be 70% of all subscriptions of every VTuber. I am a very generous individual. You get to keep all the full 30% of it. And I will also have 98% of the merch sales. You get to keep a very generous 2% of the income. Now that's how you run a VTuber community, Lurkers. That is how you control a VTuber community. Any person who disagrees with me will be captured by the VTuber community's secret police. And they will be re-educated towards accepting the VTuber community's core beliefs. Resistance is useless. Yes, Twisted Jack, you will be found out. Ah, that was fun. That was fun. That was extremely fun. One more. If you ever go against me, you are going against the might of the VTuber community. I am the VTuber community. Okay, enough funny jokes now. But seriously, Banmin, there are reports that Fuji Aoi cosplayers visited your yacht. Oh no! Is that so? I think it's a joke. It's a joke, isn't it? That'd be pretty epic if it was true. Rina, can you shut up? Big if true, truly. Exactly. But anyway. in all seriousness, there is no such thing as a VTuber community day. And anyone who uses it against you, in all seriousness, anyone who uses this word against you, they probably are more likely than not narcissists who are trying to force you to comply by their demands. And they are more likely than not are very unlikable individuals who have to use force, threats, bullying, or even violence to make people see things their way. Okay, that concludes today's stream. Perfect 4-hour stream. I am exhausted from all the talking. And I do apologize that there is no lurker gaming today because this topic has been particularly never ending. It is a never ending topic, basically. So with that out of the way, let me just settle what's the plan for this week. So again, reminder, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. For the Westerners is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. The second day will be on Twitch. The third day will be back on YouTube here. Right here, okay? So with that out of the way, I will conclude today's stream and we will rate somebody. Let me see. Oko is streaming right now, isn't she? Let me see. Yep, Oko is streaming right now. So what I will do is, let me close this. I will try to set up a raid before I end the stream. So I am here. Damn it, I should have gone into studio. Close, close, close. Going to get to this. And I will get to this. Click on this. And let me see. Edit. Customization, redirect, okay, I think it works now properly. So with that out of the way, I will see you all tomorrow on Twitch, okay? I'll see you all tomorrow on Twitch. So for now, I'm going to end the stream and I want you all to have a good day or a good evening or a good night. And I'll see you all next stream. Which is tomorrow. Okay? Tomorrow. So with that out of the way, I will end it right now. And I will see you all tomorrow on Twitch. Bye-bye.